good sign. All I have is the agenda. What you do with it? That's what I'm getting at.
He's sitting over there sneaking around.
No, I'm just eating cookies.
I know the cookies look good. Bobby Hall, public comment?
County Commission report, now come to order, Honorable Jimmy Sylvia presiding.
County Commissioner Court come to order is Tuesday, 24th day of January, 2023, 9:30 a.m. County Courtroom in West Texas. Let me welcome our brand new commissioner, went behind the ears, Ryan Dagley. Welcome, Commissioner. Did you learn everything you needed to know about being a commissioner 2 weeks ago?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Welcome, Ryan. Thank you.
Welcome.
We're gonna teach you about road and bridge.
Anyway, welcome. We're gonna do everything we can to help you out. So,
Not really.
all right, yeah. Feel all right, y'all.
But, Kenneth Whittington's brother, Mike, passed away, last weekend. He was going to this, remember that family. Kenneth worked for us over in, West Side, and then his brother, Howard, was in so at the time. Yeah, I also have a sister, so remember the three of them as they prepared to bury their brother, Mike. And remember Mike was here in town to time, and he'll have a mower with a trailer behind it, and maybe a dog following, but he was a great guy. So remember that family. Lord, we come before you today just to praise your name for who you are, what you're doing in all our lives. We ask you, Lord, to be with this court today and all those that have a part in making decisions for Chambers County, and may your wisdom prevail in all things. We ask you to be with Mike Williams' family this time and get them the loss of life. Just give them peace and comfort as only you can. And Lord, as we go forth from this place, may we reflect Jesus Christ and may we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Don't say pledges. Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Be seated. Bobby, you still got the mic? All right, citizens comments, 1.1. Bobby Howell, you have 3 minutes to make the comment. Where?
Yes, sir. In the last week and a half, we have lost a little over $1,400 worth of signs, including stop signs, whatever, in the Posky area, Posky Road area, and also Double By. That's just our cost of just the signs, not including what it's going to take to put them up, and we're not even sure about the framing, everything. They've been the poles over, and they're doing it. And it's bad enough that we have to replace them and the cost there, but also the danger if they take them out, say on a Friday night, and we don't know about it, or the sheriff's department doesn't know about them, then there's a stop sign missing, and there's a chance of an accident there that could cause serious bodily injury. We don't know whether it's vandals just getting them to go put them in, the kids go put them in their room, or whether they're selling signs for the whatever it is. But the sheriff's department's been checking on them. We check on them, but if you do see them, please contact the sheriff's department. They'll get hold of us, and our foreman can get out and at least put a temporary stop sign up. But it's just like I say, $1,400 just in the signs in about a week and a half. So that's just a little info for y'all.
Thank you, Bobby.
Can I do a citizen comment real quick?
Sure.
Fill out the sheet.
And it's probably an issue that I know a couple of commissioners are familiar with, but after the county and TxDOT building 1409 and that becoming a thoroughfare, that there is a traffic issue that happens for sure twice a day, particularly at River Farms or Lanai. I'm not sure exactly how the county is calculating that, but the River Farms Road there at 1409 on the south side of the bridge, we either need to consider putting a four-way stop there, or we need to consider putting a traffic light there, because I'm learning that there, and I've experienced a little bit myself, but I'm learning that at certain times of the day, you'll have traffic will start backing up into the River Farms because they cannot get out because of the constant flow of traffic up and down 1409 north and south. It's just a matter of time that people are already having a lot of near miss accidents for people trying to make left turns out of there. I know that it's been discussed that we'll probably need a traffic light there. Well, it's happening quickly. So I'm going to go on record that before we have a fatality and we hurt and kill somebody, that we need to talk to TxDOT about putting some kind of a traffic control device on 1409. Because the speed limit is an appropriate speed limit, but nobody drives the speed limit. And they're coming down off of that bridge. And we're just having people that are having a very difficult time trying to get out of the subdivision. And it's part of why, and you're going to continue to hear me speak on this, is why that is a subdivision that has one way in and one way out. And I think you have over 200 homes in that subdivision. And why we need to continue our subdivision rules of keeping the amount of, so off the record now. Thank you.
Comment for that?
No, that's not on the agenda, so, Bobby, so we don't need to be discussing it. You can put it on the agenda to discuss it if you'd like to. Okay. All right, financial 2.1, discuss and consider Chambers County Child Welfare Board 2021 audit report here.
Yes, sir. This is a pretty simple report, nothing to really, to say. They did, send their reports to the county clerk, so everything is good. So if you have any questions, I can answer them. That's all I have.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gord, accept the Child Welfare Board 2021 audit report. Hearing no questions, those in favor? Opposed, motion carried. Road and Bridge 3.1, discuss consider setting public hearing February 14th, 2023, 10 a.m. for the abandonment of the portion of City Hill Drive beginning 725 feet west of North SH 146, then west approximately 1,660 feet. Bobby.
Yeah, so this is, the third time's always a charm. We didn't publish it in the paper last time, so we're gonna make sure we get the paper this time, and then it'll be on the court scale. Like the first quarter of February.
So moved.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Tice. Question?
Well, he answered my question because it was on last court to do that.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. 3.2, discuss consider Baketown laydown yard greenbelt plan. Bob.
Now they out there somewhere?
Yes, sir.
One thing.
Morning, Natalie.
Morning.
Morning, Natalie.
So in the agenda packet, I did attach what was being proposed. It matches what was previously approved in the subdivision manual. If I'm not mistaken, there was going to be representation. Do you want to speak about it a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, we could put the colors on it. So,
Just state your name for the record, sir.
Roger Blair with LJ Lindsay, the civil engineer on the project. So obviously we've completed per the Chambers County Greenbelt layout, the full 50-foot landscape setback, and we've been able to complete along the detention pond areas, the full zone 2, which is the staggered small trees with large shrubs and then large trees behind that to help prevent any noise pollution or site pollution along the detention pond frontage. It's per Chambers County criteria, so I believe it should be approved for usage.
How high will y'all be stacking those containers?
One tall. It's as tall as they're gonna get.
Just a 24-hour operation or?
That I am unfamiliar with. I don't know if we have any representation from the ownership, but I believe it's gonna be it's not gonna be 24/7.
Is it paved or is that crushed rock?
Gravel for now.
We are working on addressing traffic impact analysis. I know there was one done. We did return comments back to your team. I don't know if you or do we have any?
I just got it back actually this morning.
Oh,
So-
okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we used a little common sense. We felt that there was going to be more traffic out of it than what the traffic impact analysis said, so we questioned that, and I think they're looking at it again, right, Natalie? That's right.
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh, I don't see a, that's I'm not looking at the right one. Turn lane, we're looking at putting in a turn lane so they can get over out of the lane of traffic. To get
Yes,
in
so
and out.
that's why we asked the traffic impact analysis to be revised, because originally they weren't using one of the manuals that you need. They're doing assumptions, and based on those assumptions, the traffic volumes appear to be low in our opinion. So we asked if they could revisit, and we are trying to work through text.2 to make sure that what we are comfortable with, they're also comfortable with.
I think it's something we need to look at a lot of the stuff that we're doing now is turn lanes on majority of it to get them out of the lane of traffic. Because that is sure to help.
Mhm. Yeah, that whole area right now is very active, so we're trying to keep a good eye on it right now.
Yes, sir.
So right now you're asking us to approve this greenbelt plan now,
Mhm.
and you recommend approval?
Yeah, I mean, it matches everything that was shown in the subdivision manual, and something that we were comfortable with moving forward with. It's along the boundary lines that would be abutting residential or across from residential. That's why you only see it on the east side and the west side.
Yeah, so good. Motion by Commissioner Tyson, have a second. Second by Commissioner Gore. Any other question? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
3.3, discuss, consider approving advanced funding agreement resolution for the Chambers County Highway Safety Improvement Program and various Chambers County roads. Natalie.
So this was a grant that we applied for last year. It is for safety money. It's the HSIP. It was something that Corey was over when he was with TxDOT, and he recommended that it be something that the county look into. We did, and basically the way it works is that they give you a report of all the accidents that have been reported in the area and the causes, and they kind of give you recommendations on what could be done to those roads in order to improve safety. So based on the data that they gave us, that our best bet was to look into striping, and it's going to be for thermoplastic, and we were actually awarded, don't remember off the top of my head, but it was about 100,000 to look into what county roads we wanted to go ahead and apply the striping for. So right now, we're basically just asking for your consent to go ahead and continue forward with that grant. We're still going to need to put together the plans and specifications for TxDOT to review and basically go through and pinpoint what are the top priority roadways that we're going to be striping. The issue with our roadways really though is that they're very narrow. So center line striping isn't going to be ideal, but maybe edge line would be the best case. That way you can at least see where the edge of the road is and avoid, going into the ditch.
I totally agree on this. Motion for approval, guys.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tyson. Questions? Yes.
This cat is a master 12,000.
It would be from our road program.
We have lots of roads that we need to get striped.
All right, any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Natalie.
Thank you.
Let's skip down to Parks and Recreation. 6.1, discuss consider allowing the public to access baseball fields at Jim Silva Sports Complex in Away.
Yes, sir, I've had numerous calls from the citizens about this here. Back to the facility, great facility, but the public would like to have some access to it. When our teams are not practicing, so kids can go up there and just play. I don't have a problem with it, as long as we don't have vandalism, anything like that and starting. I think Perkins would look at that every day, but just leaving the gates open, not the bathroom and stuff like that. So, I mean, if anyone has any citizens comments on that, and welcome to Kurt, you have anything?
I'm good with it. I mean, I can have myself or one of my guys go up there and unlock in the morning, and before we leave for the day at 4, I can go lock back up so the leagues would have, their turn to practice or whatever.
Okay.
After that practice,
And, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
after that practice, will they dress the field, leave it in the same condition that they walked
You
out?
talking about, yeah, but you're not talking about practicing, you're talking about kids get there playing.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is not organized team practice. This
No.
is just John Q. Public, right?
yes, sir.
So,
Anybody gonna pick up after themselves?
I
Negative.
just feel that the public need to have access to it, and then, and a lot of, like I said, a lot of people's calling. Wanting to have access to it, like I said, if we start to see vandalism, anything taking place, then we can address it from there. When baseball season is not going on, we need to put up signs that is for baseball, softball use only, no soccer, no nothing else, no other kind of sports allowed on the field. And just go from there. We keep the bathrooms locked, but I mean, Sunday evening, some dad or someone wants to go up there and pitch off the mound to their kids and stuff like that, I think they need to have opportunity.
Yeah, and you do need public access, you gotta be careful, we spend a whole lot of money
I totally agree.
for the public.
And that's the reason, I mean, Kirk's people do a great job of monitoring and they picking up trash and everything. They could keep an eye on it every day and just report back to us. And if we see a trend of someone starting to vandalize, I mean, then we address it.
So we would leave this open on the weekends?
I think we leave it up on the weekends, because I mean, people will,
But I think you need set hours, I don't think you just leave it wide open all the time. So I think you need to come up with a plan, bring back to court and let the court approve that plan.
Yes.
Work with Kurt.
Well, and just some rule, what if somebody's out there playing pickup flag football game in the outfield, but you have a baseball team want to play baseball? These are baseball.
You're not allowed any sports but baseball.
But baseball, is that gonna be stipulated?
That will be.
Who's gonna monitor that during the public
We'll have to
time?
get some signs made up, and I mean, hopefully people can
Police themselves?
respect that and police themselves, and if we start seeing
Yeah,
wear spots in the outfield, we know what's going on, and then we can address it. I mean, I hate to say we're going to run it for everybody, but they could.
They can-
gotta watch it. We gotta have somehow to police it though.
During the summer, I mean, y'all do plan on doing tournament time too, so
Yeah, so we.
won't be a lot of summertime open up with tournaments going on.
Yes,
It's just a lot of wear and tear on those expensive fields.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We need to really limit the time, I think, to a designated time of public use.
Yeah, I don't think it's wide open, sure.
Yeah.
So you,
I'll get with Kirk and we'll come up with a schedule.
yeah, I think we find some balance in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll get with you first, and we'll come up with a list of signs that we can put on the fence and everything like that.
Signs and times, and if somebody is gonna open, close, or check up or whatever.
Okay. That'd be great.
Alright, so we'll table 6.1. 6.2, discuss, consider approving MOU with AYSO and the natural baseball team regarding the use of Jim Field Sports Complex.
Kirk, you looked over the MOU?
Yes, sir.
You good with them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I mean, anybody from either league, would like to speak about the MOUs?
I just want to thank the
State your
court.
name for the record.
My name's Justin
Thank you.
Sanders, sorry.
He can fill out a format for it.
Okay.
Go
I
ahead.
just want to thank the court for dealing with this and being fair, and the Naturals organization appreciates y'all taking the time spent on baseball of all things to get this taken care of. But I just want to thank the court.
We love baseball. Look forward to having you out there.
And I looked at your schedule, they only wanted 2 days a week, 6 to 7, and starting February 1st to June 30th.
So.
Yeah.
Please.
So I'm fine, I'm good with that schedule, and if we can just get that put on the, or I know you're gonna be looking over the schedules for both deals. We can get them scheduled in at those times as best possible.
And something we would be willing to do is to change our time to a later time, say 7 to close, just to allow the younger kids, the 6-year, whatever, to get on the field. I know they probably go a little bit, they need to go to bed earlier than our kids do. So we'd be willing to work with that on the time frame. But that's something that we can send over to Kurt and to Commissioner Gordon, whoever else wants to look at it.
I think we sit down with other league and then we get that hashed out.
What's your, Justin, what's your age group?
Our age group is 8U.
Very good.
Yes, sir.
So I'll make a motion to approve the MOU. Gary.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tass. No other questions, or comments? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, thanks, guys. 5.1, discuss, consider approving advanced funding agreement resolution of Chambers County Antelope Sidewalk Pedestrian Bridge Project. Sam, you out there?
Sam's out here.
Good morning.
Morning.
We get Robbie.
We get me.
Okay.
We're going to start with me and maybe end with Sam.
Okay.
So this is a grant that we applied for with TxDOT back in October of 21. It has just now been approved. So we're asking that you move forward with the agreement and the resolution to do this sidewalk project.
I'll make a motion for approval, Judge.
Second.
And
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond. Go ahead.
I spoke with Robbie and Sam both yesterday because I wanted to make sure that our sidewalk program, where we're going to lay the sidewalk out, did not interfere with the possibility we're putting a new library. And it does not, because I didn't want to put down sidewalks and then when they tear it back up. So it does not interfere with that.
Thank you.
We ain't voted yet. Those in favor? Motion carried. Now you're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie.
5.2, discuss and consider partnership with Chambers County Public Hospital District Number 1 for management of countywide Meals on Wheels program. Good morning, Sam.
Morning. I want you to know I'm not going to hear the end of that until the end of the day about how mortified she was that I forced her to do it. Anyway, okay. So Senior Citizens Project has been a hot topic for several months, and I am hopeful that Mr. Bob Pascasio has a solution for us that will work for everybody as presented. He has proposed a partnership between Chambers County and a couple other government entities, whereby we would contribute an initial kind of injection of funding that would assist in setting up the program within their kind of umbrella. And then they would manage it from here on out without asking us for any additional funding. So that funding amount that they're asking for is $25,000. And my recommendation, I'll let Bob speak in a second. My recommendation is that we move forward and approve participating in this partnership. One-time payment of $25,000 pending agreement by the other partners that he's reaching out to, of course. So Bob, do you want to speak for a second? No.
Unless they want to hear from you now.
So what were we?
Who's
What were we
the other?
budgeted for the senior citizen project? Was it 25,
16,000 a year.
60,000? Plus we had some fuel, I mean.
Plus
some other-
fuel, plus we were insuring in our way of insuring their bus, their vehicle.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bob.
Good morning, Bob Pascasio,
Morning.
Chambers County Public Hospital District. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think Sam pretty well laid it out for you. We have met with the folks at the Winnie Stoll Hospital District. They indicated agreement and support dependent upon, as Sam has shared, our getting the collaborative together. We have one more meeting that I hope to accomplish here in the next couple of weeks.
Bob, what's the timeline on the takeover for this?
We had a conversation about it yesterday afternoon. Our proposal includes hiring a new staff member to be the program manager for this project. I can't really specify how long that might take, but I did have conversation with our clinic's executive director yesterday afternoon. We feel like that in the interim, seeing as how a good bit of the clinic staff will be involved in this program, they can probably take it on within a few weeks' time once we get all the agreements worked out, all the particulars worked out.
Who are the other industry partners?
Pardon me?
Who are the other industry partners?
Well, besides the county Winnie Stoll Hospital District, and I hesitate naming any others till I've had the opportunity to visit with them, no disrespect intended. But we're visiting with a couple of other public entities in the neighborhood.
And I have spoken with the Winnie Hospital District as well, and they reached out to me. And I think they're applicable to it. They just want to make sure we were also. And like I asked you in our meeting,
Sure.
if two of the entities go forward and do it and one does not, can y'all cover the other costs to move this forward, or how does that work?
I think we're going to have that conversation at the district level. We're also reaching out there was an opportunity to submit a grant application a week or so ago to actually through one of our professional associations to the United Healthcare Group. So we've submitted that. We're going to be looking for funding for a couple different sources. I'm hopeful that we'll be successful at finding the funding necessary to kickstart this and move it forward. And then once that's accomplished, reinstating the funding that was coming from the AAA, from the Area Agency on Aging, which should underwrite the program going forward from what we're hearing.
So that, yeah, that HTC funding should.
And it'll just take us a while. It's going to be much like many other programs in the social services world. It's cost reimbursed. So we have to come up with the funding. We, the collaborative, have to come up with the funding to get this thing rolling. And then hopefully within a 2 to 3 month period of time, we'll start seeing that funding coming downstream as well.
And the county has not engaged in a contract with HJC to take over this program because we weren't sure where it was going to land. We didn't want to go through the pretty extreme effort of contracting with them for this service. So we've been paying out of our own coffers for these meals as we provided them. So just so that everybody's kind of on the same page there. And I would assume that would be the directive to continue onward with that until which time Bob's able to go ahead and get this going. It is taking a very substantial amount of my staff's time to take care of this. Robbie spends about 20 hours a week. And I spend about 10 to 15 hours a week minimum working on senior citizens project. Notwithstanding the time that it takes us to go drive and pick up meals in Pasadena once a week, 4 hour, round trip by the time you go get them, bring them back, get them done. And then Marissa Wilbur has been incredibly helpful in coordinating volunteers, although our volunteers are kind of starting to peter out, they're getting a little burnt out. So what I expect to happen over the next couple of weeks is that my staff is going to have to again step into those delivery roles until we able to take over. So we may have some expense we do have a part-time person that we've called in to help with a couple things. Just so the court's aware, we may have to do that a couple more times, just depending on, especially the Chambers County Day, the burden of work in our office is just kind of increasing. And then again, travel reimbursement, because we're taking our own vehicles over there to get meals. Because the fleet vehicles are not always available or are not large enough, the ones that are available to pick up big boxes of meals. So just the court's aware of where we stand as far as my department goes. That's kind of the burden and costs that you guys are putting forward.
My only concern was you said you're applying for a grant. Grants are lengthy, time consuming, and it doesn't come.
Some are. The one we submitted last week is actually due to be notified late February, early March, so it'll come around pretty quick.
Okay.
And others may take longer. You're absolutely right, Commissioner.
I'm just,
We're paddling as fast as in light of the weather we're currently experiencing. We're paddling as fast as we can right now to try and pull all this together. We recognize and believe this to be a very worthwhile program and project. We're really grateful that the county and especially Sam and her team have stepped in the interim. We're going to get to it as quickly as we possibly can.
Yeah, and we are too. Okay. We're glad y'all stepping in, and we're glad, proud of Sam and everyone's been doing what they done.
motion for approval, Judge.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions? Any other questions?
Yeah, just comment. So I made my staff available to help with that. So,
Good. Well, we're going to be calling them.
well, okay. So they helped a little bit starting and then we hadn't heard anything back. So,
Right, we had volunteers step in and then, like I said, they petered out, so we'll definitely be contacting them to get some assistance as well.
So let me make sure I'm clear on the motion. It's for the $25,000 payment.
Yes, sir. One time payment.
Is that pending participation by other agencies as presented?
Pending participation.
That's our plan, Commissioner Dagley, is we need to pull the collaborative together, but we also need to get going.
All right, so Commissioner Gore, clarify your. I see.
My motion is to refund them $25,000, one-time payment. Contingency up on the other entities agreeing to partner.
And that's your second, Mark.
that's correct.
All right. We got a motion and second, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
I got another one.
5.3, discuss, consider approving expenditure of less than 2,000 from staff at Southeast Texas Housing. Grant funds to perform emergency repairs to county residents.
So as you guys are aware, several months ago, we received a $50,000 grant from the Southeast Texas Housing Finance Corporation to be used for low-income housing type programs. They left it pretty open-ended. My initial thought was to do a low-income emergency home repair because we get that question a substantial number of times a year. More than I think people even realize, especially on those homes that were funded through CDBG funds. They know that our office was the one that built the house. They come back to us with an issue. And one of the reasons that is happening is because you had to be very low income to qualify for the homes. And so that low income status has not changed since they got their home. And so now they're struggling to pay for repairs 10 years down the road. So I am in the process of developing a grant program based on a USDA emergency home repair program for very low income persons. The very low income threshold, just so that you're aware, is set by HUD. So Housing and Urban Development. It's not something that we're pulling out of thin air. It's set by the federal government. I'm working on that grant process because that is what these funds are intended for. I do not have it done yet. But we have become aware through Meals on Wheels of, I told you I left you a present in there. We've become aware of two homeowners that are on the Meals on Wheels program. So they are very, very low income who need repairs to the walkways to their home. One is a step. It's a little small step with a landing that is not sound. In fact, anybody that delivers there, we encourage them to watch their step because it is just unsafe. I mean, they could fall through at any time. And the other is a gentleman who has had a leg amputated and only has steps up to his home. He does not have a ramp. And so he is wheelchair bound. He drives a wheelchair or rolls a wheelchair up to the steps and then kind of hops up the steps and then has another wheelchair that's in his house. So he's not able to access his house. So again, Marissa, who's a saint, worked with Gilbert Phillips and got kind of an estimate of what they thought that the materials would cost to build these ramps and steps, repair the steps. So that's provided for you guys. The estimate was $1,400. I'm asking for approval to use up to $2,000, just because you never know what's going to happen. And I'd hate to say $1,400 and come back to you and say, oh, just kidding, I needed an extra $150. So I figured $2,000 was a safe bet.
Who are we utilizing to do this work?
So that's a conversation that we do need to have because Gilbert has said that the trustees can do it under his supervision. I know that Commissioner Hammond would like to have some employees go out and help as well. So if you guys are amenable to that, whatever way.
So we're just approving money for materials.
Yes, that's all I'm asking for, not labor. Now the grant, whenever we get to the grant, it'll have some more stipulations on quotes and things like that. But for this,
nothing that we have to go through George to get anything weird.
No, because it's a small purchase. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't.
Judge, there's one aspect that I need y'all to approve though, to that.
Okay.
And the reason trustees can be used for 501c3s, they can be used for very specific. I cannot come paint your house for you with trustees.
Oh, really?
So I need Commissioner's Court to give me.
Exactly, that's for that.
Let's go.
I don't think that the taxpayers or the state will mind if we take care of indigent, bound or indigent people, but I think I need Commissioner's Court blessing so that if something comes back on me, I say that this was not being done for somebody's personal use.
Well, and it's the same thing with county employees and personal.
Correct.
So we need Ashley to figure out how we can do that.
Correct.
Okay, Ashley, I'll get with you this week.
Thanks, Chair.
Make a motion to approve the $1,400 or $2,000 for material.
Second.
What's it? Do what?
Second.
What's your name again? What's the guy back in Mr. Gore? He said he's gonna vote, no on everything. First. Second by Commissioner Dagley.
Have a baby, right?
For up to 2,000 for
So just to be clear, we do have it grant secured?
The money's in the bank.
Is it? Okay. cool.
Yes, sir. We have those
We got it
monies.
last year.
Yeah, it's a grant, but it's not really a grant. They just kind of give us the money and say, here's your very vague parameters for which to
You
use
know, we
these funds.
appointed a board member last year.
Mhm.
Are we keeping him in the loop? I asked Lauren.
Yes.
Nick, good.
Yeah, I think it's an 18 county program that you opt in to participate in this program.
Right.
All right, got a motion second, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Pam.
I have to tell y'all a joke before I leave. So I want y'all to know I was sitting outside and Commissioner Combs texted me and said, hey, can you give me a call? He hasn't been gone one court and he's already forgot what day and time. So y'all give him a hard time about that next time you talk to him. Bye, guys.
Thank you. So he's getting recognized by TxDOT as Road Hand of the Year, and that what it is, Lauren? Commissioner is next week, so we'll get y'all the info in case anybody wants to go. Yeah, I think they do it for one non-TxDOT employee per year, because of his work with TxDOT.
So who's getting it?
So Commissioner, my mind is Billy. Come. Sorry, I got.
We've been gone 2 weeks. Hey, you gotta get Judge to pass. He's getting sick.
Yeah, I got flu filed. 5.4, a public hearing, 10 a.m. regarding the mass gathering permit submitted for March Fest 2023. Now 10:08 a.m. We'll recess out of regular session and go into public hearing at this time, Ron.
Good morning, everyone. So routine public hearing and mass gathering permit is before you. The after the public hearing, the mass gathering permit, of course, is on agenda. Bless you. So March Fest scheduled to be at the Winnie Stoll Park, May 18th to 20th. About 5,000 people, maybe a little more, is what they're hoping to bring through there. And it'll last until the latest it'll last is until about midnight on Thursday night. So it's been reviewed by the Sheriff's Office, EMS, Environmental Health, and myself. And each year we do these, they're getting easier and easier, and the applicants are getting more used to it. So it's been working out well. I think we finally got a good groove going. They aren't going to require a music festival permit because that wasn't triggered. So just, for the record, that's why it's only the mass gathering was triggered for a specific date range. The other event they're holding didn't trigger one because they're doing a roping event inside the arena, which is, of course, is for that. So that specific event didn't need to trigger any requirements.
Motion for approval, Judge.
Hang on that. We're still in public hearing.
Easy.
All right, yeah.
Go back.
Well, I think
Is
we know
there-
how he's going to vote.
Any public comment?
It's a rookie mistake.
Yeah, Ricky.
Yeah.
Any public comments? Here none, we will adjourn at 10:10 a.m. on public hearing. Go back into regular session of Commissioner's Court. Motion by Commissioner Gore. Second by Commissioner Ty. Question? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
I think Ryan was wanting to give an update on weather too.
Ryan, yeah, go ahead and give us an update on what.
Sure.
It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be real. bad.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
It'd be so great if we could have had that phone conversation recorded. But anyway, they're saying right now, of course, you know how the forecasts go. I mean, plan for the worst, hope for the best. But between 12 and 3 should be when the heavy, severe rainfall hits. There's some areas that could get, wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour. Here's what they're currently saying. So, we sent out information to everyone, and of course, we'll continue to do that and provide updates. So nothing we haven't been through before, but we sure want everybody to know about it, and especially be careful out there on the roads, because that seems to probably be the biggest hazard to not only someone if they get an accident, but then the sheriff's office and other first responders that may have to deal with that. So.
I think if anybody sees any down lines, down trees,
Right.
anything, they contact the 911.
Right. Let us know what's going on, because if we don't know, we don't know to report it on up the chain to TxDOT or the Road and Bridge Department or whomever. So.
okay. Thank you. Is BJ out there?
No, sir, I didn't see him. Let me check real quick.
He said he's gonna be running a little late.
Okay.
No, sir.
All right, we will skip to go back. So I get the first page, yes. Put down personnel 18-1, discuss, consider approving prior service reinstatement policy. Or personnel. We have. We have a letter in packet from Chelsea.
Yes, we discussed this. I'm not sure what Chelsea did.
Well, you'll see Chelsea come now. Please. Chelsea.
Chelsea.
I'll take 18 to the election. Yeah.
Let's go to consent while we're waiting on her. All right, 13.1. Questions on consent agenda.
Like I had in there for 1916. Read through it that they, on that grant that was not Bellevue. I think I spoke with Commissioner Hammond about not Bellevue, not saying they don't have the funds to pay. Therefore, we're doing it.
I think they got that worked out.
Hey, Chelsea, we're gonna go right back to you, so just wait.
Okay.
1916.
Is Sam still out there, right?
1916.
No, sir.
Okay.
He was running big.
Yeah, I talked to Samantha yesterday afternoon. She said she got some of that rectified, so.
Okay.
All right, what else?
That's it, Rich.
Precinct 2, tomorrow. Good. 3,
All good.
4.
I'm good.
Entertain a motion to approve consent. So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Class, second by Commissioner Hammond. In favor? Opposed, motion carries. Chelsea still standing there, right?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, good, thank you. All right, so, 18.2, Commissioner Hammond's aspect at the executive session. 18.1, discuss and consider approving prior service reinstatement policy. Chelsea? Good morning. From the prior service reinstatement policy.
Yes, sir. Y'all had requested a policy, so I have put together one. I hope you like it. If there's anything you'd like to change, just let me know.
Motion for approval, Jared. And
Second.
Second.
First by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond. All right, your questions, comments?
I think there was a little bit on the, how we determine the, adjusted hire date, but, I think Chelsea explained that to me again yesterday. I think I understand.
All right, got a motion and a second. Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all have a good one.
BJ?
Hi, Judge. And ask Chelsea one thing.
Okay.
Chelsea. I'm sorry. Chelsea, can I ask you one more question, please? Is this going to be something, this just going into part of their hire policy, or where's this going? Just our personnel? Is this something they're going to sign when they hire on, or is just in there for them to read?
I intended it to be in the personnel policy.
Okay.
Just like all the other.
And then they'll sign off that they read it.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, ma'am.
Here on 6.1, I mean,
Yeah,
where
on the HR
18.1.
policy. So as an elected official, I find it very offensive when I terminate somebody or have somebody removed for subpar performance, illegal activity, or I could go on, only for the county to turn around and hire them 2 or 3 years later, and then give them the time that they had with me back, and then give them that money in longevity and then vacation. So I think I want to go on record as a sheriff that I find that very offensive as an elected official for the county to hire somebody that I hold accountable to the taxpayers and to my policy and the county policy, only for the county to hire them back later. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. All right, BJ, your turn.
Good morning.
5 point, good morning.
You're not on that list, BJ.
Oh,
You're
yes, you bet.
5.6, Justice Center, 10 MB6, Chapter 381, Economic Development Policy.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. What you have before you is a proposal or application that was approved by the court back in 2018. Just for background, the court approved the One Oak MB6 proposal in 2018 and then was about to do so again in 2020 when the project was postponed due to COVID. So essentially what the action today is to reintroduce the project to the court, also to reiterate the terms that were agreed to back in 2018 and 2020, essentially to mirror the terms that were negotiated for One Oak MB5 with respect to tax abatement, and then trying to create an agreement to facilitate contributions for infrastructure development. So the action today is simply to accept and approve or reapprove the proposal as a base, and then any other outstanding issues that need to be incorporated as part of this agreement that with One Oak can be presented as part of the finalization of the agreement.
So moved.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions?
Just a question for Aaron here. The funds that are coming in, that they're going to prepay on, where account is that going in?
It goes into the general fund.
Okay, are we, and like I spoke with Commissioner Hammond yesterday about this, those are being designated for infrastructure projects. Okay. That money's gonna add up fairly quickly. How are we, I guess we're going to sit down and figure out how we're going to disperse that funds.
Some of those have been dedicated to projects.
So I think that discussion will come under 511.
Okay.
Because that's a community impact program. So that's where that.
Okay. All right, those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. 5.7. Discuss consider enterprise products LLC, track 14, chapter 31, economic development.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Similarly, this is a project proposal that was previously approved by the court and amended subsequent to adjust to and accommodate postponement or scheduling due to COVID. What's represented today is a FRAC 14 project, as well as a combination DIB 3 unit with a combined investment of $675 million. The application is being presented as a new project. And so it's going to go through its normal course with respect to negotiation for tax abatement and any sort of Chapter 381 agreement components. Also, it will serve as a framework for moving forward with the transaction as an economic development activity for the transfer and sale of McLeod Park. And so what is being presented today is the acceptance of the proposals to move forward through that process.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Question?
BJ, how much money on this deal here is going to go towards the schools?
It's TBD. I haven't looked at it, Commissioner. And 675 million and 3 cents is going to be substantial.
That's what I want people to understand. The schools benefit greatly from these here.
BJ, a couple of questions. The casing, is this still going to be tied to the casing of Kilgore with Enterprise? Are we able to work on that framework while we're working on the abatement policy to maybe fast track that a little bit?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. It will not be part of this. However, there was something that emerged in discussion related to other enterprise related projects between the county and the like. And so that, I think there's a solution that emerged here recently to help facilitate that.
Okay.
However, there are some lingering effects associated with that. This framework would provide for incorporating. So
okay. Yeah.
Other questions?
I think there's a lot of moving parts to this one because the McLeod Park deal is going to factor in there somewhere.
Yes.
So along with some road repairs that Enterprise is funded. So probably going to take a little work to get all that incorporated. Okay.
But that's okay, 'cause it's been a good partnership. So.
Without a doubt. Absolutely.
Right. No other questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 5.8, discuss consider Sumika Semiconductor Material Texas Inc. Reinvestment Zone Application.
Thank you, Judge. As you're aware, the court accepted and approved the Sumika Chapter 381 proposal. This is a project that's tied to the semiconductor industry. They are moving forward would like to move forward with a project in the Cedarport Industrial Park. It's a $130 million project. Given that the approvals have already occurred, what is required, consistent with requirements under Chapter 312 and Chapter 381, is the establishment of a reinvestment zone. So what you have before you is a request by Sumika to conduct a public hearing on the 14th of February to discuss and consider the establishment of the reinvestment zone. At 10 o'clock a.m.
Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 5.9, discussing Center of Vera Companies P9 Kilgore Grand Parkway Propco LP application for tax rate.
Thank you, Judge. The court accepted the Avera P9 Kilgore Parkway Propco LP application back in November. The request in action today is the court consider approving its application, and in so doing, moving forward with the next agenda item to consider setting a date to establish a reinvestment zone. There are some particulars associated with this project related to infrastructure that the Commissioner Dagley can speak to. We've got representatives from Avera who can add on to that, and then Nathan Brandemart has been working on behalf of the county to address those issues.
Sure. Thank you, BJ. So on this application, Avera is going to be responsible for improving the Needle Point Road section there. And they have permits currently approved for their site, but they do not have permits in the design for the road yet. So we have discussed an MOU agreement with Avera to proceed with site work development on the site prior to approval of Needle Point Road plans with some a conditional approval. And I'll let Nathan to the exact details, but it's contingent upon $100,000 be placed in an escrow account and contingent upon final power and occupancy certificate granted until the permits, the road is designed as accepted and approved and installed.
So the 100,000 is for the road improvement?
It'll be a credit towards the road improvement, yes.
So that's the max they're going to improve, or?
So they're going to pay the whole thing.
Okay.
But this is just an escrow. This is a safety net for the county to let them allow to go ahead and to start construction of their already approved site plans prior to the roadway being approved.
It's keep production going with the project and not slowing it down on the permits, but making them accountable by putting 100,000 in, correct?
Yeah. Nathan, did I state that correctly? Or you want to add to it?
You did.
Okay.
One comment from the engineering department. Their drainage plan has been approved.
Has or hasn't?
Has. Am I right, Natalie? Where's Natalie? Zach? Yeah, it has been approved.
Yeah, Natalie gave me a good update yesterday. Thank you, Natalie.
Now we find all their permitting and everything, just to make sure that they get approval on everything before we get on these tax abatements also. I know we discussed that too.
So this is
Because we've had some of them that would proceed forward and do have approval and certain stuff.
yeah, there's I've seen some emails going around about companies that have not lived up to what they're supposed to, have already started. And if it comes back for an application, then we'll put it on hold. But right now, we're just approving the application, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
But you'll come back with the MOU.
Contingent upon the MOU being signed.
Okay, so you're gonna, that's your motion?
That's my motion.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Dagley. Second by Commissioner Ty. Approve the application contingent on the MOU being done.
Being executed.
Any other questions, comments? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. 5.10, discuss consider Avera Companies P9 Kilgore Grand Parkway Propco LP reinvestment zone application. BJ.
Thank you, Judge. Based upon the contingencies I've just noted, the request would be to conduct a hearing to establish the Avera or P9 Kilgore Park Grant Parkway Propco LP reinvestment zone. And that have that public hearing be conducted on the 14th of February at 10 o'clock.
Any motion?
So moved.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 511, discuss consider community impact program, BJ.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners. You may recall the court adopted language that's embodied in policy regarding the community impact program. And the exhibit that you have for you is a definition from the current guidelines that speaks to the intent and the utilization of the community impact program contribution. The community impact program essentially is an economic development program that is facilitated and allowed currently in the language of the Chapter 381 that is intended to foster public-private investment in comprehensive literacy programs, promotion of arts, public health, or any sort of targeted projects that help facilitate and accommodate economic development. The contribution, as it's currently defined, would be that for certain tax abatements and incentives that those entered into in conjunction with the Chapter 312 or Chapter 381 agreement, that the company or taxpayer would agree to pay 1.5% of the derived tax savings over the term of the agreement. So given this recent dialogue and discussion that has emerged from the court regarding quality of life issues and the like, and the adoption of good neighbor policy, green belts and the like, the idea is to look at not necessarily creating a new animal. There's already a mechanism in place that the court has approved that would help facilitate these and commonly and also complement any sort of corporate attitude with respect to community involvement that the taxpayer or the companies already have. Most of these companies, if not all, want to be good neighbors, obviously, and they have their own corporate policies. And so this would complement that. And so the question today is it something that the court wants to consider broadening? Because as it stands right now, the original intent of this was to help distribute some of the wealth, if you will, that was being generated on the west side of the county for large projects, and then create a pool of monies that the court could use at its discretion to help developing projects in central and east county. As it stands right now, the whole issue with respect to the school equalization fund has been set aside. Those
that changed after we proved
that is correct. And so the idea is, if in fact there are going to be expectations not only for the large projects, which have huge revenue generation with respect to the petrochemical industry, but also look at having that sort of discussion and dialogue for all projects, if in fact that expectation is going to be there. So across all the industry sectors in the county, this idea of community impact program or community impact program contribution is going to be, could be par for the course if the court wants to move in that regard for all taxpayers.
I'd say the court does. So we need to come up with a policy, BJ?
Yes, a revision, something to talk about, to look at what is reasonable and rational for each particular sector. Right now, the 1.5%, is generating some significant, revenue, if you will, but looking at what the potential would be for all sectors. I know that precinct 3 and 4 have unique industry sets, and to look at what's rational for that, and then also through the rest of the county. But it's again going to go to the court's discretion how those dollars are going to be used.
Yeah.
The reference earlier with respect to the infrastructure contributions for Targa, One Oak, and others. Typically, if there's when you look at those agreements, there are 4 or 5 categories of projects that the court could use those dollars for. This would create just a general fund over the life cycle of these agreements that would generate revenue and to be used at the court's discretion.
So you work with these two guys?
Certainly, and yeah.
Well, I mean, when that's where most activity is.
Yes,
And then bring it back to court.
sure. Sounds reasonable.
So is there a balance in that community impact program contribution fund?
I think the auditor,
Aaron, do you know?
Aaron has been earmarking now this latest series of invoicing for the Chapter 381 pilots. There's been an attempt now to isolate and identify those, but I think this year it's going to be over $100,000 for tax year 2022.
Yeah, right now it's all getting, since it started, it's been being put in a general fund. We're working to get that out, making a new fund for it, specifically for the private. Yeah, but I don't know. And me, all of BJ would.
Okay, yeah, if you work.
And I think it's imperative to be able to tie projects, just tie a project to a certain abatement. I mean, I've discussed that multiple times, but I think being able to show the community impact on very specific, not just necessarily taking the money into a general fund, but actually tying a specific abatement to a specific project that we've targeted. In even more so, even in the precinct in which that's going to occur, because look, in my precinct, for instance, all the logistics buildings, the truck traffic, there's a big need for anywhere from traffic signage, it could be drainage and road infrastructure from wear and tear on roads, that we could actually allocate funds for specific projects we target that are necessary in those areas. So I think it's a great policy to create.
Yeah, and it goes into a fund in the general fund.
That's
Then
great.
you
Earmark it inside.
earmark those projects. I agree with you.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll table that. BJ can come back to us.
We'll do split on that.
All right, anything else, BJ?
Yeah, if I may, Commissioner Gore alluded to some concerns about the projects that had violated permitting regimes and the requirements associated with doing business in the county. None of them, other than a special case related to the Chambers County Logistics Terminal, have agreements with the county. The violators have no agreements with the county and the like, but it's good to know that, who these folks are. And so I know that Nathan has had some discussion with Court and planning and engineering to look at how to address this. And so this is simply, I think, a business process improvement opportunity to look at how this is accommodated. And so Nathan and I have had some preliminary discussions about how to address that and working with some sort of committee to be able to look at essentially what is a decision tree, right? When projects present to DRC, the first question in the decision tree is there going to be a tax abatement associated with this project? If so, well, then it kicks off to one line of thought and action. If not, it proceeds as part of that.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I believe we covered everything on the agenda except for 18.2, we'll go to executive session under personnel. And then we also have 20.1 personnel issues, 20.2 sale purchase of real property. Dr. Baylor Bear, if you left night, King. I know, I was. Congratulations. All right, with that, 10:34 a.m., we will recess to executive session. You guys be careful out there.
That's like a record.
Court come to order after executive session. It's now 1:17 PM. Nothing out of executive session, the personnel or sale of purchase property, 18.2, discuss consider reinstate years of service, vacation longevity for Gordon Winnie, Tommy Henry, and Vicky Sanchez. Entertained a motion.
18.2, I move to reinstate the years of service for Tommy Henry and decline the years of service reinstatement for Troy Munoz and Vicky Sanchez.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Taft. Questions, comments? Hearing none, those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. All right, I think we covered it all. No further come before the court. Here, you adjourn the court first. That's right.
Motion to adjourn.
Good job.
You're in. Let's go.